Hello, hello. Hey, Andrew. And hey, Adonis, I saw you earlier. Apologies for the delay. Thank you for checking in. The water for my tea was not wanting to boil. And you can't start strain without tea. Just not an option. I was once again given just blanket immunity to get something done for work today, so I'm about to do a lot of overtime. How are you? Come out of the woodwork. Right. I had no doubts. Listen, I know I'm hilarious. If other people don't know that, I'm sorry that they don't know that yet. I'm hilarious. Yes, Saru. Please don't kill everyone in sight. That's Saru's way. In case you forgot about what happened to our buddy Quintius. You're like, oh yeah, I'm finally gonna get the last word. No. Hang on. I didn't introduce myself to you, sir. How did you know my name? No, I don't like you, friend. Suspicious. Suspicious. What an ass he is. I'm out here in the cold snow. Hello, friend. Okay, whatever. You know what? My policy is the stubborn ones can die in the snow. You totally doubted me. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Again, call it by its name. They have a name for it. You know, as they're using it. Whatever. This is why they think we're invaders. We don't even call it by the local culture name. What kind of weird appropriation is this? Well, the weird part is that Lucia is Garlean, so she would know this place's name. And of course, Maxima told her. Wouldn't that be a sight? Well, I can testify to his competence. I'm still not sure about the sincerity part. You know, I appreciate that people are beginning to be like, hey, quit talking for the Warrior of Light. It's rude. Oh yeah, no. Our character has not had any kind of character arc at all since Heaven's Word. He's asleep right now. He needs some naps. He's old. Oh, I have no idea. That's not my job. We turned it on. Batteries restored. Right? Aw. Yes, take it. Eat food. Goodness, you are vicious for no reason. Food good. Eat food. Here. Alright, starve to death then. See if I care. Shit. Food. Aw, nice person. Yes, yes, we don't kill people anymore. I remember this one specifically. This is the one that was the most frustrating for people. Must have been the wind. Welcome back. I'm dealing with a particularly irritating child. The game had to remind me, he's just a kid, doesn't know any better. And I'm like, honestly, based on how old he is, he should know better. Now, dumb child. Brat. Mostly just the capital. I take no responsibility for what happens next. But see, now it's funny. Now it's a game. What sightseeing spot? Don't see one. Oh, I'm sure she just itch at watching me straight up roll past it. Dude. Darn it. You damn yak. his reasoning was flimsy. Okay. So, before we do this next MSQ quest, because it's important, I want to go over what the Echo can do. The Echo does two things. It prevents you from being tempered, and it allows you to see into the past of whatever you're around, as the plot demands. It is not a power boost. It is not some kind of, like, superpower. I guess it does one more thing. It gives us a line to Heidelin. We can call her. And she might answer. Maybe. Yeah. But theoretically, most anything that we do with her help is from her, not from the Echo, not from her blessing. Her blessing of light doesn't actually give us a power boost. Heidelin does, when she can. Which we now know is a different being. But a plank with a nail through it is very useful. I like this, though. I like that our character has begun to do this when talking with children. We did it with the brat too. Overall, again, they continue to make her more and more expressive. First, it was just using the emotes to do, like, the arms crossed and the facial expressions to give her, different moods. But they're really beginning to use a lot of the emote suite to make her do very specific things, and that's very cool. Okay. They haven't moved. They're doing the same thing. Oh. Good tea is good. Now that's something I would want. Cake. I want to get me some. Oh, okay. No? Right? We're literally here to help the citizens not starve to death or freeze to death. And stop the people who are, bent on the world's destruction. Yeah, buddy, who are you talking to? Yes, old friend. Wow. Thank you for the hydrate. Even though you're sassing me. I kind of wish that was given a bit more emphasis in Endwalker. Like, what do they do? They were abducted, and it's been a long time. What do they do now? Instead of on the Garlean plate. Like, I understand we're in Garlemald, and so you should focus a little bit on the Garleans. But there's so much extra that goes into that empire working that they just don't talk about, and I wish they would. Yeah, it's just then we never come back here outside of Sidequests. Yep. There's a similar system in another game I play. Yes. Yeah, no, for real. Like, I have no opinions on you people, but anybody that you've invaded and then mistreated, yeah, they've got opinions. Your worst nightmare. This is literally my job, ma'am. Hey, Rain. Rain, look at my MSQ quest that I'm not doing right now. Listen, I'm helping the people of Garlemald. and the people in my camp. Super important. Then you redo it. Redo it, Rain. Uh-huh. I say hi, by the way. Awesome. Her kid's still pretty small, right? Yeah. So yeah, I imagine it's quite difficult to get the small to bed. They'll do anything fun? Or did you just get there? Okay. Okay. Do you have any plans for after she manages to get the child to bed? Everything, Belle. Everything. Got you, got you. He's been trying for like an hour to get me to get sightseeing spots. I've already told him that it would be a game at that point. What's that? It bothers you when I do this? Yes, so looking forward to this quest that I don't want to do. The whole thing, I think he ran out of clipping space. Like, I don't know how long can a clip be, Andrew? Save the VOD. Yeah, I didn't think so, because you know it takes longer than 2 minutes, Rain. Let me. There you go. Hmm. What do you mean, unfortunately? This is why y'all watch me. What even? It does take, yeah, like just doing it takes longer than 2 minutes. Even with a guide. Just because of how they've designed it. I think that the actual, like, solo instance is like 10 minutes. But you know there's lots of cutscenes before and after it, too. So I think it's like a total of like 30 minutes of just bullshit. Yeah, no. Negative. At least not while I'm in the middle of stream. I have a button on my stream deck that does let me do clips, but they're at the default like 1 minute 30. No, I'm not doing it. You get my reaction here, live, in person. Dun dun dun. Guess you gotta watch the VOD on YouTube or on Twitch. Say it isn't so. Technically, I told you to watch the content you missed, which could not be a rewatch because you didn't watch it the first time. You're missing the RE part of that rewatch. It's dated, yes. Dated all of like 12 hours. Wow. Yes, listening. Told me to listen, then had nothing to say. Just listen. Listen. I know, right? I can hear Navi in the distance. Link, listen. Hey. What was I saying again? Specifically when I hit the dungeons in Ocarina of Time. Sorry, the temples. They're not dungeons, they're temples. Are you just gonna be in my ear the whole time? Oh no! In that case, absolutely not. I think I would lose my mind. Like, just every time I get a small key is used to unlock doors that require a small key to open, just constantly. This boss battle is quite difficult. Would you like to skip it? Press the skip button to skip the boss battle. I do like that you absolutely know that the video maker has played 14, since they used the several cutscenes will play in sequence joke. That's literally my job. Wow. Hey, Adonis. And the raiders. Hello, hello. I'm doing side quests in Garlemald, and then we'll do the story. Eventually. Side quest first. Sweet, sweet EXP. Yes, how was the stream? Yes. Okay. I turn all these in. Okay. Only helping. Right. One more side quest to do, and then MSQ awaits. I'm glad you guys are friends. Right. A very ambitious engineer. How far away is this? All the way north. Alright. I don't have flying. They're not done with the region yet. Gotta hoof it. Is it hoofing it if you have a motorcycle? Whatever. I can get that map fragment while we're going up there, I guess. More EXP. There it is. I'd be more excited about having 2 charges of Tetra if I could use them ever. I'll be going into dungeons without it. Hello, friends. I made it. think we found our engineer. Hello. He didn't die. Yep. Do this. You lived. Well, you see, we have your mother, or I guess his wife and child. Which sounds like a hostage situation, but it's not, I promise. Totally on the up and up. You just now noticed? Guess we got one person to call it correctly. We're just gonna teleport back. I got things to do, game. Oh, look at our other engineer friends. Like, where's my buddy? Where'd you lose him? I expect my Ellison friend to come back. You need to, like, I don't know, go see a healer. A real healer, not me. I have questions. How do you know what bacon is? Alright. Time to do story. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Super restful. Nothing bad ever happens in these kind of situations.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did? We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge-rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Guardian, I thank you for inviting me today.
Press. Ah!
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Ah! 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 Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Owlus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
No.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
That's not how I would describe it.
Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria.
Why? Only you liked it.
I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions.
How is this like a display of civility? How?
While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own.
Which was also not explained.
It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
How were they stacked in my favor before? Okay, that's the part that irritates me. Not the body snatching, not any of this. How exactly were the odds stacked against me before? Or were stacked in my favor before? The Blessing of Light is not a power boost. It never was. It prevents you from being tempered. It gives you a line to Heidelin to ask for help sometimes, and even then, she doesn't usually answer. And it allows you to see into the past. There's no power scaling here. There's no extra oomph to your strikes. You don't deal radiant damage with every time you swing a sword. It's not a power boost. And you could be like, "Oh, but didn't you fuse with Ardbert in the last expansion? Isn't that a power boost?" Not really. It increases the amount of ether that you have. Your soul is more dense. It makes your container bigger and better. It's not a power boost. Your character does not acquire power boosts. Your character gets better by going out and doing adventure, and a lot of their abilities is them just getting better at the job. Now you're basically given the bare bones basics of a fucking gladiator. And you take a lot of hits. I want you to see just how much this fucking hurts. as far as I can tell, you take a lot more damage to literally nothing. That's not how the Warrior of Light has worked.
Not bad at all, given your diminished
And they have you, like, you know, pass out.
Twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Yeah, like, they're making it appear this way, and they're like, okay, reach camp broken glass from the time limit. You have no idea what you're doing. They tell you nothing. And that's fine, because, like, I know what I'm doing. But you're on a time limit this whole time. Yeah. With no direction. So I already don't like the design of this solo instance. So I'm too busy getting angry at like, you know, what am I supposed to even do here? But you literally have 2 debuffs. You cannot regain your health. And I guess having to be another body is somehow a debuff. I'm not fighting two of you at once. Go away. Really? Leave me alone. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is not a good design. Like, in every other part of this game, they leave you alone after you run away for long enough. What is this? And one of them left. Why did these two not leave? Fine, you want to go so bad? Well, yeah, but that's the one that ran off. The one that came recently. But, like, no, I don't know. I don't understand. I don't get why they're like, oh yeah, no, you have to actually fight these off. Why? I will help you. Ow. Yeah, it's not obvious. They don't make any part of this obvious. They just go, make it back to camp whatever it is. And you're like, what? Now again, this is cool as a thematic moment, but it doesn't make sense. Even as a low-level gladiator, this is not what you're reduced to. And at no point do you get a power-up. And this is supposed to be a soldier. Even if it's a corpse, it was still a soldier. They give us plenty of trouble.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
He has a clear shot. What's he doing?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Then they show that, in fact, you can just knock my body over.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress, Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
Bruh, you had a clear shot. On 2 of them.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
No, I just think you're stupid.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I'm here. So, alright. There's a couple of things I just want to, like, think through and talk about. And we're gonna go in sequence. So first of all, if you at any point in a scene... Oh, I'm mad. I don't like any part of that quest. If you have a person, a character, in a scene, say, time for exposition, stop, just stop. Like, what are you doing? Exposition is supposed to be handed out in a show don't tell kind of way at all times. There are very few instances where telling matters more in terms of, like, basic information, or if, you know, it wouldn't make sense for you to spend that much page time on showing if it's just not that important to the plot. But just exposition it is then. No. 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 That's bad. So already I'm a little angry at just the scene itself. Secondly, I've already talked about why the mechanics of the body swap do not make sense, and why you take so much damage, and why you have almost no health, and so on and so forth. You're looking at a trained soldier, even a corpse of a soldier, but still a trained soldier, you know, as your new body. There's no reason for you to be taking that kind of damage. Or for you to not have, you know, a sprint button. Fuck, who knows? Like, the mechanics of that don't make sense. And I've already talked about the why of it. You're not given... Fuck, I don't know. But, like... Again, I've already talked about, like, why that doesn't make sense. So we're not going to reiterate it there, but it just doesn't. The mechanics of that body swap do not make sense. Especially since they then show... Sure. Especially that since they then show in the scene that I, as this corpse of a soldier, can just, you know, ram the Warrior of Light, which they've already said has unnatural advantages, can just knock her over with a bull rush. She's a regular person. Experienced. Strong. But she's a regular goddamn person. If she were truly a freak of nature, that would have done literally nothing. You would have just ran into the wall and passed out. You wouldn't be able to knock her over. Even if surprised. Now, let's get on to why Xenos wanted to do that. His stated motivation is not just that you fight him. No, that's too easy. He wants you specifically to put all of your emotions and energy and thoughts into fighting him. Basically, he wants you to be as obsessed with fighting him as he is with fighting you. That's what he wants. This entire body swap was basically just to rile up the Warrior of Light. There are other ways to do it. One, like, again, just kill one of their friends. Like, that's all you have to do. This whole body swap thing was convoluted as shit for no reason. Just kill one of her comrades. Done. She hates your guts now. Yeah, or even threaten to do so. There you go. You have her attention. This body swap thing doesn't make any fucking sense. Two. Exactly. Two. He literally threatens to kill your companions after having a clear shot for a few solid minutes, as the two of them were confused and stood there. Just kill them. Like, don't fail to kill them in, like, an easy way and then be like, oh, I'm gonna kill your companions soon. Like, buddy, if you wanted to truly kill my companions, just kill them. Like, fucking, what? So I run into that issue of like, bruh. And this still runs into the issue of, okay, what does Xenos do during all of those scenes? He ate dinner. Yeah. He ate dinner, then stole your body, which I guess was cool, and then did nothing with your stolen body. He almost killed somebody. Oh no. Like you would expect someone with the Warrior of Light's body to come to this camp immediately, which we already know because they showed that my character teleported, which means they would teleport via mechanics of the game and in the lore right here in the middle of town. You teleport here, which our character can do because they are attuned to this aetherite, and then go on a bloody rampage. You should come back to every single person in this camp to be dead. Or nearly. Yeah, kinda. Again, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. And lastly, which is what really irritates me, he is a villain from 2 expansions ago. I've dealt with an actual Ascian almost single-handedly in that time. Oh man, my thing is like they have him teleport. They even use the teleport sound, and I'm like, where? Did you teleport all the way over here? Like what happened? Don't know how to use teleport because Garleans can't manipulate either. What is this? Yeah, but like you can't. Yeah, they made it seem like you did, but it's like they don't actually show you. So like whatever. The only thing that you can teleport to is literally in the middle of camp. But no, they clearly show him walking from this side. So my only assumption is that, nah, he fucking teleported over here and then walked. His happy ass. But lastly, again, he is a villain from 2 expansions ago. Okay? And since then, we have killed an actual Ascian. One of the unsundered Ascians. We've killed him itself. We've killed Elidibus. We've killed 2 of them. Okay? So we've killed 2 fully done Ascians. And we've gotten, you know, more ether, which is basically just a denser soul, a better soul bucket. But it doesn't make us any stronger. But we have in fact killed 2 Ascians in the time between Stormblood and now. Now, I didn't like Xenos, so my opinion is going to be a little skewed, but still, this is important to think about. At best, I find him annoying. At worst, I find him to be a waste of time and space. In this narrative, he doesn't bring a lot of value to the narrative. He just takes up space. He's just annoying. And a lot of what he does has very little point to it. Right. But I do want to caveat this because there are people who like Xenos. So I'm giving them their space. But even with a charitable interpretation of Xenos, the only thing we have seen him do since the end of him in Stormblood is get his body back, kill his father, and then choose a new class. Which, yes, in the lore of the story means that a Voidsent is there to help him as like a familiar, a companion. So he basically gets backup. Okay. Almost. But he basically gets a backup dancer. I don't think that that's equivalent to killing 2 Ascians. And yes, he became like that echo enhanced thing that they were doing at the end of Stormblood, but we killed him with that. He already had that when we killed him the first time. So that doesn't count. I just don't think that equivalates to killing 2 Ascians. I just don't. They don't match. So, even with the most charitable interpretation of Xenos, he hasn't been training. We have not seen training. We've seen him sit in a chair. I've not seen him swing that weapon. He claims he has, but we actually haven't seen it. This is similar to, oh, he's, death incarnate to anybody who gets in his way, but he's yet to kill anybody, at which point he's no longer death incarnate. Like, to the player. In universe, he can do whatever the fuck he wants, but to the player, he's nothing. But yeah. So our character has no reason at all to believe this person that we've already defeated before is a legitimate threat in terms of sheer power and skill. Now, he's threatened to kill our friends, and so yes, now he's a threat to them, but not to me, not to the Warrior of Light. Which is, and he even highlights that in the scene before he steals our body. He literally says, my attention, right? But he literally says that my attention is on other things. They're not on him. Like, his whole thing is we've lost interest in him. We've already defeated him once. So even the game itself acknowledges that, no, our character's got bigger fish to fry. So even if I didn't think that, man, the character certainly does. And it makes sense for her not to care. Because again, this was a dude that we defeated 2 expansions ago. We've gone and saved an entire shard of existence in that time. Who knows? He technically has more practice with fighting with a body that is not his, because remember, he went through all of Shadowbringers with a different body. And seemed to have pretty good command of it by the time he actually killed his dad. Sure. But yeah, like, a lot of, yeah, or whatever. But a lot of, like, what motivates him and what he's doing just doesn't hit right. It doesn't hit any of the emotional beats it's supposed to be hitting. Because of how they've written other things. They don't want to kill characters, so they won't have him kill a character. They want your characters to live, so he doesn't kill them. But that means he's toothless. They want you to place this emphasis on him and, think of him as your fated rival, but then he does nothing. But then he sits there and has dinner. He barely even speaks. And hell, the body swap isn't even something that he, asked for, because Fandaniel literally said he did it without permission. Xenos didn't even confirm for him. Fandaniel just did it. And 2, Fandaniel's the one that did it. I don't hate Xenos, I hate Fandaniel. Like, I place the responsibility of that on Fandaniel, the character that actually did it. Not on Xenos, who sat there and had dinner. But that's me. In From the Cold is probably one of my least favorite. He did. He had you in his clutches. Yeah, you could have. You could have. You're right. You're right. He could have. Instead of this whole scene. I disagree with you about Wind Waker, but that's just me. We'll have that discussion when I actually do Wind Waker. But yeah, In From the Cold is probably my least favorite quest of all of Final Fantasy XIV. The cutscenes don't work. The motivations of one of your villains doesn't work. The design of the solo instance is frustrating. And the cutscenes after don't work. None of it works. Not one bit of it works. If you think about it for 5 seconds, it just doesn't work. They want certain things, but the quest design doesn't match. They want you to think of him as your big fated rival, but he doesn't actually act like your big fated rival. And until that happens, I don't care about him. I want him gone. I want him out of the narrative because he brings nothing to the narrative otherwise. It does. But that's why I say if you think about it for 5 seconds. Because I've already shown why we're not a good character foil for him. Because there's very little that we have in common. Because foils are a mix of commonalities and differences. Too bad, think. Too bad. But there's not enough commonalities between these two characters for him to be a proper foil. We share one personality trait in common. And even then, the lengths that these two would go, like the length and scale of this motivation of them being driven doesn't match. There are certain lines that the Warrior of Light doesn't cross. That Xenos absolutely does. So even in terms of driven, not so much. Like, we're totally okay with getting rid of the establishment, right? And, like, removing people from power and doing all sorts of things. Like we are totally okay with uprooting everyone's way of life. Like, that part is true. And that's what he does. That's the driven part. You know, we are willing to do a lot of things for our goals. But our character explicitly, if they're not a threat to us, we don't attack them. Even if they're enemies. They could have been enemies 5 minutes ago. They're unarmed. They could not attack. Right? Like, they're unarmed, I'm not going to kill them. All of the Garlemald arc has literally been, hey, restrain them so that we can get rid of their tempering, or restrain them so that we can get them healed, but don't kill them. And our character hasn't. In fact, even in the solo instance, they literally say, if I was in my own body, I would have had the strength to spare them. You know, I'd be familiar enough with my body to hold back and not kill them. So our character doesn't want to kill people. They don't. They do if they have to. They're not, like, fully pacifist. But that's not the first option, whereas that seems to be his only option for Xenos. And we seem to have a more nuanced, like, view of the world, where he seems to think of things as only prey and hunter. Like, what a simplistic view of the world that our character just doesn't have. even in base like ARR, we did not classify people as my enemy or not my enemy. As evidenced by the fact that you are allowed to have, you know, the Sidequests going, the Beast Tribes. You're allowed to absolutely, now this is side content, but you're still allowed to absolutely not think of all Sahagin as evil. Hell, we don't even fight the Sahagin usually. Usually it's just, okay, fend them off while we deal with Leviathan, because Leviathan is the issue. And we basically leave the Sahagin alone. So it's like, our character has never had that very simplistic view. Hi, Katarina. And Xenos just does. I don't understand why they keep being like, oh, look at your character foiled. Look at him go. And I'm just like, no, I can't. I mean, sure. That's true. Anyway, that's gonna be the end of the stream because I need to cool off. I'm dying. I'm sorry, Katarina. I didn't mean to do that. It's just, you caught me at the end of stream anyway. And I was ranting and raving. Yeah, as I collected my thoughts and not just scream. Katarina, for context, we just did the solo instance where you are the unknown Imperial soldier. That gave you no indications of where you're supposed to fucking go. Right. Katarina's laughing, but I know for a fact she was ready to throw her controller when she did it. She was crashing out when she did it. Yup. Oh yeah, no, like, Rain was extremely frustrated with that solo instance. I got frustrated with it my first time because guides weren't out yet, because me and Rain did it, like, week 1. Katarina wanted to try once, crashed out on it. I said, okay, here's what you do. And I walked her through the second time just so that she wouldn't get frustrated and actually, like, break a controller. Like, it's not well designed. Get to Camp Broken Glass. Cool. How? No idea. Go forth. By the way, everything hurts. An arrow... some kind of like... not even an arrow, because I don't like arrows. But like, some kind of like, I don't know, little pop-up bubble thing of like, okay, maybe I should go find a Magitech that works. Like anything that kind of goes, this is your first step. Go find a Magitech that works. And then from there, oh, I need the indicator key, or the identification key and ceruleum. And then once they go, oh, go back, you know, once you've done the bit with the Magitech where, you know, it can't actually move, but you're blowing things up, do another little bubble that just goes, okay, I see these citizens in the distance. I need to go help them. Something. Yeah. And I wanted to literally, like, run away from them and, like, to actually sneak by them. They're like, no, you can't. You must kill them. I'm like, why? Would not let me pass. Anyway, we are ending the stream. I need to cool off. Have a good day, everybody.